think I'll come out just starting a little bit earlier than usual, just so that And I didn't exactly choose the best song for its looping ability, at least natively. In the fight, it loops fine, regardless. Oh wait, shit. Nope. There we go. So I'm back, way earlier than I usually stream. Circumstances permit. In the intervening time, not that much interesting happened. It's been like what, 6 hours? No longer than that, like 12ish hours. But I got the fucking Starbird, and I wouldn't mention it if I hadn't been trying to get this fucking minion for like entirely too long. But I would like to get through a bit of the MSQ today. I will be very surprised if I can go for longer than 2 hours. I might be shocked. We'll see. But in that time, I think it is possible, if highly unlikely, that we will reach the end of Post HW. But my memory of such things is a little fuzzy. It has been a long time since I last went through Heaven's Word, i.e., like about 2 years. But we left off having finally brought a definitive end to the Dragonsong War, as we allied ourselves with Hraesvelgr and took down Nidhogg once and for all, casting his eyes into the abyss, and we will certainly never see them again, because no living thing could ever go down and get those. We encountered the Warriors of Darkness again, prior to which Alize came back from parts largely unknown. And we got to meet her, despite her in that moment very dire medical condition, as she was assaulted by the Warriors of Darkness. Then bringing us the information that we needed to go to Zelphatol and stop primal stuff. Our like modus operandi. We learned a little bit more about the Warriors of Darkness. They're from another reflection referred to as the First, which is the closest to the source, evidently. And they are here because they won. In the First, they won. All the Ascians gone, defeated, done so. But the outcome of this was their reflection being consumed in light. So they've come here to invoke the Ardir to bring calamity to the source so that their world might be saved. And somehow through destroying our world, it will stop the light from totally consuming theirs. Or something to that effect. They're not being they weren't perfectly clear. We've come to the Waking Sands, unfortunately, so that we can speak to Urianger, as we believe Urianger is the most likely best source of information about this Ardir that they brought up. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming? What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The Warriors of Darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives this time, to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the strait of Merlthor. I've never actually read that out loud. Ogamoro stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumours, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries. Thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Outlook, Arntel. Thank you for your counsel, Oriange. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Oriange, is there anything else you would like to say? What's this all about, Alize? Alize? If not, then never mind. I would only ask you. I would only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add. Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had had the power to break down the barriers between planes, and our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. I love my internet sometimes. I saw that. I don't know how much you missed. How long was I gone? I'll reread this box. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tome, the Gurin Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Man, why is fucking Alize being so aggro? What the fuck? Come on, Alize, chill. It's fucking Oriange. It's our best friend. Why would you ever be so mean to Oriange? Well, what can you? I'm landing on real fucking thick. Anyway, we shall speak anon, Arntel. I prithee attend Master Elfino and Mistress Alize. We are about to do one of the most sad series of quests in the game. That's largely inaccurate, but it is still rather... You'll see. We'll get to it. Come, let us speak with Commander Bullydin and see if there is any truth to these rumors concerning Titan's return. Sniff, sniff. That had better be the sulfur. I don't know why I ran to them. Actually, no, my gear's fine. Never mind. Actual waste of my time. I am a fool. 7 hells. At this rate, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Do you not recognize me? Well, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the signs of the Seventh Dawn turn up. Itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Ugomoro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing around the stores just now, merely looking to make off with an arm full of crystals. Like, I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? Hell yeah. This good old kobold wrangling. You've spoken with the commander, then? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when first we arrived. Do you happen to know why this might be? Kobold. Stealing crystals, assumably. Kobold in the camp, you say? Yep. That would appear to corroborate... Yep. That would appear to corroborate... I hate that word, man. It's impossible to pronounce for me. I try. Oriange's information. Yes, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. Alize went this way. Can I locate Alize? Alize, where are you? Actually, well, there's the kobold. I'm just gonna keep that at that. There's Elfino. I am determined to find Alize. She's probably already passed over my screen, and I'm just too blind to have noticed her. Oh, there he is. Hey! Oh, wait, no. One of these scouts said he looked quite small for a kobold. Could he be hiding somewhere like this? Alfie, my boy. Shit. Why, what? Why did you do a jump? Surely all this commotion cannot have escaped the kobold's notice. If he has any sense, he will attempt to quit this place, will he not? Gasp. And gone. You can't outrun me, I'm a dragoon. I can basically fly. And on a mount, I can literally fly. Stay back, away, far back. I'm not Gods, no use, pointless, hopeless, no use. No, wait. There is no running from me, kobold. Okay, maybe there is. Where the fuck did you go? Please don't hurt me, I only wish to talk. Yes, yes, just talk. You're doing an awful lot of running for the fucking talk, dude. My weapon's not even out. This was a stupid plan, stupid, but if I tell no one, then everyone will. Guy found me again, what to do? I come in peace, only to talk, speak, say, talk, so please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. God, we've got him. Fine work, Scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into the camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No, I came to talk, to ask for help. When your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, I... Now, let us all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pikman one day. Well met, Gabu. I am Alphino, and this is my sister Alize. Until the man who found you is our friend, and now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bullied in here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us? Why not to your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? I am Pat. No one is going to hurt you, all right? Now, while we're here, I promise. Not while we're here. Okay, the stutter's in the character. Come on, man. Why? The patriarch. He's the patriarch. The patriarch's going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him, beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have the iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I don't want to believe it, but I have heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals. hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. But the 12, that's sickening. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the Overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, and he loves his parents too, so please, but he loves his parents too, so please help Gabu. Stop the Patriarch and save his parents. One dead god coming right up. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Timing of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Cobalt stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. I tried talking to the others, but they wouldn't listen, so even though I was afraid, I came here. Do you know that there are collectors who pay a fortune for Beastmen ritual artifacts? It is perverse. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. You would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. Let us pray that we still have time to save Gabu's parents. What sort of twisted monster would consider a ritual focus a work of art, knowing full well how it was made, and we call them beastmen? Based, Alize. Based. This is why Alize is, like, the best character in the game. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the... I'm sorry if you can hear that. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come. Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh. Several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come. Gabu will lead you to the first cache. Man, flying is cool. That hardly seemed fair. Then again, they only had themselves to blame. Pray CC to the crystals. Alize and I will stand guard for any errant patrols. Quickly! Yoink. Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way. I do wonder if there's a side... there has to be a side quest somewhere. If there isn't, I think it'd be a really funny thing to add. It just actively acknowledges the fact that the Warrior of Light has a bag of holding. Just straight up bag of holding, infinite carry capacity. If they find us, you'll protect me, won't you? I'm a literal god. If I didn't know any better, I would say this crate was. What are you waiting for? We stand lookout, you take the crystals. Yoink. Time is short. If we have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Do you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye, it's just that. I am quite certain that crate once bore Ashgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Korthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Ascians, as Thancred suspected. I don't understand. Who are the Ascians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Not exactly. Never you mind that, as Alice said. We do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. Next one is the last, and is very large, very big, very huge, very large. I'm I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. But I am vaguely curious. No, I don't see anything. That's fair. I wasn't really expecting anything to be there, but I don't know. Seeing that they actually bothered removing a wing segment from Racevalger had me wondering. You should pack up the crystals and leave now. The kobolds could stumble upon our handiwork at any moment. Gabu said the cache would be here, but unless it is remarkably well hidden. But they were here, heaps and heaps and heaps of crystals. Gas. Though you cast about for a time, you see no signs of the crystals. Confound it. What about you, Arentel? Any luck? Nothing. But this cannot be. Gabu saw them, spied them, spotted. Think, brother, think. Insert invincible meme here. They must have moved them. Yes, the question is where to and why. Within Ogamoro, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. It is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father, the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu, we will. Stay calm. We still have time. They've yet to call for the remaining crates. Yes, if they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them into Commander Bullydin's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. I'm about to 1v1 this fucking primal. Let's go. Alphino's right. 'Twould be folly to deliver the kobolds the very thing we sought to deny them. Don't. Mother, Father, we're coming. The crystals Arentel, if you would be so kind. Alphino also has a bag of holding. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bullydin on the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there's an aetheryte within Ogamoro mines, and that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall join you anon. Strange. I would have never thought you eager to remain in the thick of action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way. This is an almost fitting mount. Almost. Actually, I can't think of a mount that's like really fitting for Titan. At least none that I have access to. I guess the bomb palanquin, because that literally comes from the kobolds. Interesting. I hope the patriarch, my parents, are there. I take it this is the aetheryte we seek. Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Arentel. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. This I remember this maybe being voiced. It's either this or the cutscene that comes after this instance. It's the one that comes after this instance. Quickly, you clods, briskly, swiftly, quickly. I will not suffer any further delays. Bloop. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals, so there will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers here, but how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? they did. Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace, you monster. How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he may draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Elise, not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering to your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us together to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned at the overdwellers' convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you, liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. You take and you take and you take, and when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last until you grow hungry again. Yeah, he's not wrong. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our god drains the land of Aether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined our lands. Wait, you've ruined your own lands. You'll not ruin ours. You know, it sucks that he's not wrong. It sucks how applicable that is to the real world. I will say no more. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Say something, please, please. Please? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up! And oh man, if you think that's sad, just give it a minute, it gets worse. Seven hells. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Oh no. Leave him to me. When are you gonna give us the Obsidian Carbuncle, Square Enix? I missed that dialogue box, and I don't... Hey! Welcome, welcome! Everything is going fine. I hope things are going good for you as well. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. He's breathing, and I don't see any injuries, but I can't seem to wake him. Pat pat. Poor Gabu. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we would like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of Aether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Okamoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. Arantel, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Elise and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. Fight well, Arantel. Fight well. I have faith that you will return to us, just as you always have. Oh, I have to do hard? Okay, well, let's go. Poke, unrestricted, let's see how quickly I can grind Titan into the dirt. I just swore I remember this being a solo duty. Like, intentionally a solo. So, I could probably beat him in about under 2 minutes, like without very much effort. But I'm going to intentionally take this a little bit slower, at least for a little bit, because Titan's got some interesting things to say. Yeah, I'm here. I said I'd come, I'm here. Yeah. It's... everything with Gabu is just depression. Pure emotional damage. Let me tell you, I need you to be hittable within the next 2 seconds, please. Thank you. Not that it matters, I'm not gonna get Eye of Dragon, but... Why? Would you believe me if I told you that I was playing intentionally bad? Grab those for the beams, and we, like, combine... I have over 1 million gil on me right now. That's not okay. I'm gonna take a break to visit my retainers pretty soon. I'm almost lazy enough to just waypoint to the fucking camp Overlook. I'm also enough of a fucking Scrooge that I'm lost. Okay, I take it back. I'm just gonna waypoint. Fuck it. Let's go. No, wait, shit, fuck! I wanted to talk to Elise and Gabu. Damn it all. Okay. Ah, there he is. Did I not tell you he would return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more. Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He's been like this since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, He must be put to death, like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Yzael's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. Ah, I pressed one button, everything falls apart. Okay, well, now I'll talk to them. Gabu is as expected. I know what happened. God's help me, I was there. But the thought that we might have to... Seven hells, he's just a child. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Master Bullydin of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? I already read that. Hello. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men'll be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in Maelstrom who hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd lived to tell the tale. God damn, sorry. Sorry about that. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay for the night? You'd be honored to get honored. We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Another god rejected. I think this one's voiced, because I know at some point there's a voice cutscene coming. I can feel it. I remember. It's just itching in the back of my head.
Who goes there?
I fucking knew it. It only took me 3 failed guesses.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way.
Another scene, like this entire cutscene, is so much worse if you haven't done the Coils of Bahamut. I forget how exactly the dialogue changes because, you know, but oh my god. Okay, Coils of Bahamut. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna say it's gonna be like on repeat for probably the rest of Post Heavensward. Then I'll stop. Probably. But the Coils of Bahamut needs to be reworked to have a normal mode, and then it needs to be made mandatory. Add it to the raid roulette because it's so important to the character progression of Alize and Alize's relationship with the Warrior of Light. It's just Anyway.
My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save.
And for clarity's sake, because shipping exists, God help me, by relationship I mean like how they think of each other, and like nothing beyond that. Just, you know, clarity's sake, on record and whatnot. I broke it. I'm awful.
I found myself asking what it was all to
It's
ignore
God.
the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing.
That's it. Gotta restart the stream.
Do we not?
There's no helping it.
Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the Warriors of Darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you.
This is why I try and hold all my commentary during voice cutscenes. Or honestly, it's a decent argument for never using auto progression.
This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I traveled far and wide with two companions, Justinian and Yazel. Under some rather unique circumstances, I had the pleasure to fight along Sir Emmerich. When Alphino and I came... I think that this is the best option, because Yazel dies, and it's a nice story of loss, and, like, coming to terms with that. I traveled with Justinian and Yazel.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving.
You give me too much credit.
The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on. For the sake of those we hold dear.
Oh, we got Warriors of Light. Not Darkness. Fuck. Warriors of Light.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
Is
What
this
did
the
the man in
Silver
white
Bazaar?
have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
I'm gonna hold that
Be
comment
thou well
back.
reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Okay. I hate to say it. I hate to admit it. I didn't figure out who this actually was until it was officially revealed. Directly, very in your face, they say their name out loud. Revealed. And just... Yeah. That's all. I just... It is deeply embarrassing, but I must be
Pray do
honest.
not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The
Like,
words of my
seriously?
teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
How the fuck didn't I realize who this was? What is wrong with me? How blind am I? How much the fool?
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness.
I will give myself...
Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
I shall give myself the faintest sliver of credit, however. Those two lines did make me go, wait, could it be? No, of course it's not that character that I moved on. I do this again in Shadowbringers. It's really fucking great. Like, no, there's no fucking way it's that character. You see, I don't have faith in my own deductive abilities. That's what it all comes down to. I just remembered how Heavensward ends and realized that... No, because I guess if I go for like 4 hours, I'll probably reach the end of Heavensward. It's still possible, it's just highly unlikely. Okay, there's Elfino. The question is Alize around somewhere? gonna go with no. Worst case scenario is I miss some dialogue. What ho, Arentel! I trust you've had a good night's rest. I was about this moment speaking with Thancred and Ystola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Amarek believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, and we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flushed with our Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where's Alize? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Hey, finding Alize is actually part of the quest. Would you look at that? So she probably literally wasn't spawned in yet. Would you be so kind as to look for my sister? She's doubtless somewhere in the camp, but well, I am sure you will find her. Yeah, I literally searched this spot in particular. She just wasn't spawned in yet. ... let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bulliden, something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. Shit. Event tab, save me. You will look after him, won't you, Commander, and treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his art. Hey, stop that. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. Well, not to forget. Well, not to forget that. We'll not soon forget that. Jesus Christ, and nor will the Maelstrom command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there's nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. When it hurts so much, your heart feels fit to burst. Let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never, ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them, and you, Alize. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A thousand times over, there will be a reckoning. Oh yay! Pray return to the waking sands. I can never escape. I shall never be free. Going to Limsa may seem counterintuitive, but in fact it is the faster method of reaching Vesper Bay by approximately 15 seconds, if done optimally. Big question, can I do it optimally? Big maybe. And I still need to deal with my fucking inventory. Or, inventory, because I have a bunch of dungeon trash. Hey, what's that? What are you? That? Honestly, that actually looks better than the glowing version. Huh. It's always weird when that's the case. We have heard the glad tidings from Gamoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Lumensa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Gerun oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defileth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded, then of 10 and 3 only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Menphilius spake unto thee. As for what becameth of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die. In essence, the verse speaketh of the reunification of the flesh and the subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Elamegan parties. Elamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Relgar. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Elamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elaine Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant, forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group, which received the crystals without delay. Arantel, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Alfino, Elise, Arental, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too. What few remained, regrettably, it would seem that they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of the local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we. By happy coincidence, we learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was, thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Ah, wait a moment, there's more. And I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of Elaine Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one, as I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Ishtola next, but is there someone else who you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Wait, you're not saying... There's no way it's... Come on, it couldn't be, right? What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that we have sought Urianje's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time as at the Levier estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood where I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though. Little Alamigo awaits. Poke, poke. There we go. You're not gonna do anything. Hello. Still no sign of Thancred. Just a moment. Yep. Nope, everything's fine. Cool. Okay, we're good. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianjay, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Arental, if anything should happen, it should be me who just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. I don't think I talked at all. Let us pray that someone will be willing to speak with us about the resistance. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Arental, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Elise and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Neat. Only down here. Yeah, I suppose. Let me guess. You come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin in his lot, I'll bet. Seems that they're the talk of little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about and what he's got in store for the Garleans and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. You're too far away. The Resistance, damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. Uh-oh. Well, that was easier than expected. There's not a soul here who isn't eager to talk about our masked friends. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I am about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? Alize. To hear people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years. But if that's the case, just what has he been playing at for the past 2 decades? If he's so devoted to the cause, why has he waited until now to do something about it? Unless, of course, he hasn't. Naught would please me more than to be wrong about all of this. Does Alfno already have his suspicions? There's no way the Griffin would be that sloppy. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Arantel, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin, I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was a suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes, weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Okay, Alize. Whatever could be keeping him. If he's taken the scenic route, leaving us to do all the hard work, I shall treat him to a piece of my mind. Men who can inspire such fervor in their followers are destined to shape the world. In what manner, however, is not always clear, until it is too late. The young ones were led astray once. Help us ensure that it never happens again, for their sake and for Wilred's. I was so mad when, hundreds of hours later, I finally found the side quest where you lay Will Red to rest in Little El Amigo. It's one of the very few yellow quests where it's like there needs to be another variety, one more variety of quest icon, which is MSQ related or major plot line. Because just randomly there are yellow quests that are like dozens of quests long and tie directly into the MSQ and things that happened in the MSQ that are like really interesting and really important. Like there's a huge one in Storm's Blood that I found on accident. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. I don't think this is voiced. I may be mistaken. The cinematography gives me voiced vibes, but it's not like certain yet.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. Building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
You know, he's really got us now.
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Okay. And look! You did a Papalymo final... I wonder if you say anything interesting. Card was released as email. Okay, cool. Nothing interesting. Shame. Of all the places to meet, it has to be fate. Mayhap it is my imagination, but you seem rather more rugged and world-weary than when last we spoke. Yeah, a lot's happened, Papalymo. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Arentel would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves, obviously. We couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Raban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought that this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One wouldn't think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. As I should say, the man you saw... I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It is hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks... Yida? What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. Mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Primals, crystals, summoning. You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is assuming you'll have us. The gang's back together, boys. The boys are back in town. Do you honestly think he's planning to liberate Alamigo with the help of a primal? I mean, could he really be that stupid? In retrospect, their tale is not so surprising. We had reason to believe that they had escaped with the aid of Alamigan refugees, after all. Still, Tataru will be delighted to hear we have been reunited. Once we have attended to matters here, of course. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation, while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be so surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Yida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part, that we might maintain the charade until we have him cornered, at least, here. This should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? I think... Do I still have the slops? It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Arntel, let us be off. I hope I still have them. I do. Fuck yeah. Don't hurt the bird. Our identities will be revealed, but it can't be helped. We don't have time for a clever approach. Talbot has an assortment of affordable clothing, which he sells to the refugees. The sum in that sack should more than suffice. But if it and my name are not enough to secure his cooperation, pay him double. I shall see that you are recompensed. I'd say there's about an 80% chance I pronounced that word wrong. Hey, so someone who's done Chai. I have that mount. I don't have it in rotation because it plays the same music as every other fucking mount. Something. My biggest complaint with this game. And to be fair, not even my biggest complaint. Well, don't look at me. You are the one with the sack of gil. You do have the sack of gil, don't you? I have some gil. You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. I'm actually curious. A heavy leather pouch entrusted to you by Papalimo. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gil. For the rest, one must needs resort to a sack. Oh. Well, you're the ones with the gil, and seeing as you're friends of Papalimo, there, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and treated to your tastes. Now off with you, before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I'll go change and see you at the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. Neat. Okay, shitty chest piece, poke, and shitty pants. Why do I have 3 sets? Okay, that should be all. Nothing conspicuous about this. Just a normal adventurer. Fallen on hard times. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in... I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
It's the feds. Scatter.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
No. Yes. 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 I am.
Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference.
I'm glad.
You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
It was like Mefrid or something like that.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I look forward to aiding your cause at some point when you're not threatening to end the world over it. You know, stay away from primals.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I don't know, I kind of have a point.
I just...
Maybe it is time that Eorzea started poking the bear.
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences.
But if I help...
You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now...
Shit. Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face. And besides, it is not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So, let us keep moving forward together, Arantel. We must find and secure those crystals. And this is no time for looking back. Okay, I know what quest this is. I'm going to take a brief break. Technically, I'm going to be taking 2 breaks side by side. First break is I'm going to do a little bit of inventory management live on stream. I hope you will bear with me. But my inventory is getting a little messy for my like. I would like to clear some of it out. God damn it. Exit New Game Plus. Yes. Back in my Dragoon shit. There we go. Everything which I'm about to do shouldn't take longer than like 10 minutes, so... Oh, I almost made a terrible mistake. That is old method. We're on new method now. We're on 4.0 material containers, opening them, getting a gold whisker, and then finding out the gold whisker now only goes for like 100,000. And then putting the fucking gold whisker on sale for 16,000 because you forgot to put a 0 in the middle. I would never do that. There's no way I did that. So much junk. I really wish these weapons were dyeable. Very minor visual spoilers, but like all of the stuff from the dungeon that this comes from looks so good, and I'm so upset that you can't dye those weapons. I hope we at least eventually get access to versions of those weapons that are dyeable. It'd be really cool if there was like checkboxes and I could just go down the line and go trade all of these in. Just all of it. Nothing spared. All of it's getting gone. Give me all the seals immediately with no effort, please. Okay. So that's done. Oh wait. May as well. Okay. The last bit of inventory. Ooh. Okay. Minor expansion of the inventory management, because now I actually have to deal with some junk that I need to store away in my retainers. You get material boxes, this, and all of this materia, because none of it sells for anything. That's not right. Oh shit. Oh, material boxes. You can just sell those. I didn't realize I'd gotten that. There's about a 0% chance that this sells for anything, but I'll check anyway, why not? That fucking hippo cap is never gonna sell, is it? Yeah, it's not worth it. Goodbye. And clear prison. This is also gonna be worth like 1 gil. More than I was expecting. Still not worth it. Get out. Get out! Okay. I just might... Oh, I almost forgot. I have one more thing. Bring this one back out. Trust withdrawal gil. Deposits. 5 to 2, 2, 3, 9. Beautiful. Everything is right in the world again. And you need to stay unfollowed. Thank you. Okay, back into New Game Plus. Let's go. Back to the little amigo. Yeah, I just wanted to take care of that now because the thing that's coming up is a decently long series of events. I wouldn't be terribly shocked if it like even has the please set aside enough time prompt. So I'm gonna go pace around for a bit. Maybe grab some more water, set up a new pot of coffee, you know, the works. I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes, give or take. The event of absolute calamity, it may stretch out as long as 10. But once I come back, we will be straight back into the MSQ and reaching one of the major climaxes of Post Heavensward. I'm back. And now this network is talking about VTubers, so that's fun. There we go. Got talking about hololivers. There we go. Okay. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zanrak, ready to be put to use by the Amul-Jah. We must appraise Elysee of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Let's see if I can top gun my way back through that hole in the wall. Wrong hole, damn it all. Think read. Kept you waiting, huh? Kept you waiting, huh? Girl. Ah, that's much better. Subterfuge was never my strong suit. You are prepared for a battle then. I feel like that line of dialogue was meant for after this conversation. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, you and Papalymo were here all along? Well, Y'shtola will be relieved and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amul-Jah. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zarak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. Sus! And so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plan. Oh god, if only we knew who this guy was. He's so suspicious. The players gather to assume their masks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. Oh man, like he's so familiar, we just can't quite put a name to him. All seems calm here. Is it possible that we've been deceived? You'd think there would be more obvious signs that something was afoot, but if anything, the place seems quieter than I remember it. I have a bad feeling about this. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make for any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside time. Yada yada yada. Why did you home gang? What are you doing? You good, bro? Well, he's doing fine. I'm sure he'll learn the other nuances with time.
This isn't right. The Amul-Jah would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Mr. Bitrate, you good? Okay.
Not willingly, no.
Oh, my visor's down. Oh, whatever. It kind of fits here. Battle ready and whatnot.
Ah, the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Auto-scroll is not on. Do I do it? Do I do it? Do I show the video?
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Do I show the... I think I might. I think I might show the video.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
After this instance, I have a video I'm going to show on stream. I need it deeply.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his, and defend this realm with all my might!
Let's finish this.
Red Mage preview. The healer. Get healer down. Try targeting the black mage, honestly. That's probably a good idea to take out.
There's no escape!
Black Mage next. Oh, the healer's back up, and here I am, focusing down the Black Mage. Less than I healed. Who the fuck resed you? You don't have a summon. Or is this back when Paladin had a raise?
No more games!
Fuck S. God's down, I can't break free.
It ends now.
one hell of a home gang.
What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Urianger!
What? It's Urianger?
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
I will never forgive myself for it taking until this moment to recognize who that was.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Jojo pose.
Even odds then.
Why can't that
No
be
matter.
the battle pose for
We'll
us
crush
for a
the
summoner?
lot of you in one fell swoop.
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Why did you sheathe your Aether Blade?
Make ready! They come!
That doesn't make a ton of sense. First, healer first.
It's not enough!
Do they get that? Of course not. I would. That would be entirely true. Wrecked. Oh, target the light. Target the blade. Target the blade of light. Please. I do not want to say how many times I failed this instance because I did not see the blade of light. entirely connected. I'll leave it at that.
Hurry attack now, man! Crush you!
That was the deep weapon. That was the less. That is not deal with that. Okay, almost said his name again. You don't know, you don't learn his name until it's standing later. Ow. Stop it. Ow. Fucking stop. Okay, we're done.
"'Tis done! With this blade I banish the darkness!"
No. Not like this.
GG.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Asians?
Just so. As the Asians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Asians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Asians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
Hey, I guess we're calling him Ardbert now. That'll make things easier.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Whatever you say, funny Shakespeare man.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Yeah, thanks for
There's a strange
dropping
feeling.
by. Have a good night.
So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
What a scene. For as good as it is, though, I wouldn't rank it among the best. It's still such a good scene. Such a good sequence of events. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness. Though things did not unfold as perhaps I mean to say, I truly believe that she... Forgive me, I should not have spoken. It is not my place. It would seem we are in southern Thanalan again. Menthilia is doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not... Hey, server! But mayhap that was their wish. We should talk about what to do next. Speak that. Yeah. You're just gonna be saying nothing. Yep, cool. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this when I know full well that there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back into Zarok and secure them. The Amal Jah will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you in the Rising Stones. I should go and find Yida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the Mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Hello, Starbird. Please move out of the way. You must be tired, Arentel. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness in the Ascian and the Ascian in white at the great library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, but why you did what you did, but that you sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I am sorry. Arentel, forgive me, but I believe the events of today have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee into a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Neat. Off to Papalimo. Ah, there you are. We finished our search, in case you're wondering. I have yet to tell them what happened in Zarak. I thought it best to do so together. Well met, Arentel. Elfino said you would be joining us. It would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, and so far as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zarak? Actually, I didn't show the video yet. Damn it all. I don't believe it. The crystals, Mephilia, all of it. It's just I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Yida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Yida and I rejoin the Scions. We have been away for too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them. Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Now, I killed a dragon twice. Same one, too. Kind of wild, really. Yida, Rauger, be praised, it is you. Yida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long that you don't remember me? It's Gundelbold. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in Little El Amigo. They gave us hope, and young Yida most of all. Yida here was full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that, making you all worry. It's a long story, you see, but I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. You were still the circle of knowing. We were still the circle of knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive and stuff at the time. And as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will. But right now, I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends here are expecting me. May forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we'll visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. How's take me for giving you that mask? Hey, Rising Stones. Haven't been there. I will gladly take 100 trips to the Rising Stones over one more of the Waking Sands. That's a lie. At that point, I would get sick of the Waking Sands of the Rising Stones as well. You needn't say a word, Arentel. I know. Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she will always be with us. Huzzah! Have you heard, Arentel? You and Papalymo have returned. We've not had a chance to speak, but the mere sight of them was enough to raise our spirits. Huzzah! Many of our number are still out in the field, but I believe Oker's party should be returning shortly. When you think about it, we've accomplished quite a lot in recent days, have we not? Though there are, of course, some few regrets for missed opportunities. A pity we were unable to deal with Ilberd the Braves once and for all, for example. Wow, they're really fucking hinting at it hard now, ain't they? Welcome home, Arentel. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals he sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While waiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and briefed them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Elise in the corner.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalymo rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Asians as before?
They pronounced the R again. I'm so confused.
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart.
Oh, fuck.
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering.
Yeah.
But I will
Chief
suffer no
diplomat,
titles. I am
warrior
not
of
here for
light,
House Leveilleur, nor
seldom
to walk in
speaks.
Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
I don't know. Clear a few dungeons. Gotta kill some more random gods. Already done all the Heavensward side content. Except for the mock raids, because I don't want to sit in queue for 8 hours. A new adventure, what else? Yeah.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
I'm still feeling pretty good. I might... It is entirely feasible that I end up going until like 9:50ish. No certainty in that statement. It's entirely feasible that within the next half hour I will suddenly be consumed with exhaustion and my voice will go out. But like that's like the I will go no longer than statement, because I've got other stuff I have to do around that time. And I've seen no cancellations on that. And honestly, at that point, it'll be like, what, like 5-hour stream? Probably longer, honestly. So, you know. As agreed, we shall spend the coming moons conducting our own independent research. Should you have need of our services, however, you are of course welcome to seek us out. It would seem that I'm a scion, then. Some derive comfort from such titles, but I cannot say that I feel any different from before. Well, mayhap a twinge of pride. Ah. 'Tis passing strange to think that we may never see Lady Minfilia again. After witnessing so many of our missing comrades return to us, I dared to hope that she might one day do the same. Ho ho! Do not think I will be bested so easily again. When my competition with Lady Ida has ended, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall crown a new champion of the squad. Ida? Same as it ever was. I'm not sure what that means, to be honest. You needn't say a word, Arantel. I know. Oh, wait, I already... cool. I suppose I should not be surprised. With everyone standing in a circle delivering grand proclamations about their future endeavors, she naturally felt obliged to make one up of her own. It may be argued that the great sundering of the source was an aberration, and the existence of the 10 and 3 reflections are an offense to the natural order. That most assuredly is the Ascians' belief. 'Twas in the hope of opening mine eyes to said revelation that they first came unto me, imagining it sufficient to secure mine allegiance. Nor would they have been mistaken, were my heart a temple to truth alone. But as a devoted follower of Master Louisoix's teaching, and for the love I bear him and his, I hearkened not to their words. I have Sir Emmerich's assurances that the Temple Knights will henceforth keep a close eye on the Ishgardian crystal trade. Oh, and he extends his deepest apologies for your dinner having been cut short. Courteous Christ fellow, isn't he? You would never guess he was a politician. Do you have anything new to say? Nope. You guys will. Trouble in paradise, eh? I'm doing my best, Walker. I am. I just can't seem to clear my mind. I keep thinking about you and your brother and me. All these little mistakes are beginning to add up, Enor. You must try harder to remain focused. I think that's everyone. Unless someone's hiding down here. Oh. Yeah, that should be everyone. I'm a little curious where the old man went, but I guess he's out doing something or something. Oh, I talked to Tartaru and Elise. Leave it to me, Arantel. I'll make sure she's properly introduced to everyone. It's official then. Gods, I hope I don't regret this. Look at them, Arantel. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome, all of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find it together. Is this going to be the scene I think it is? There's no way, right? No, we've already seen
One world's
Ghost
heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain.
I don't think this is Elidibus.
There is life, and where there is life.
Is this Papalimo? I can't tell.
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
I guess it
Clouds
could be
gather upon the horizon,
Papalimo.
and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Still haven't opened my visor.
Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope.
I guess it is Papalimo. It sounds about right. I can't think of who else it'd be. The voice does not sound familiar.
For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a summit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Uh-oh. Of Nidhogg. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. This is a PvP map. I did not know this my first time through, because I did not play PvP. And even now, I very rarely play PvP, because Frontlines is pain, and Crystalline Conflict, I'm not very good at it. So it was here all along. Is that Nero Tolskeva? Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Presumably evil laugh I will not attempt for several reasons. One of them being peeking. Another being making a fool out of myself. In that moment she departed this realm for the first. I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that she will one day return to us. In those final moments, she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful and looking to the future. So will I too, Arentel. I will... Fuck. Oh, well, that was the end anyway. I told her everything that happened she needed to know, and I thought it would be best if it came from me. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. I have been thinking, Arentel, when time allows, we should go and pay a visit to Gabu with Alize. Though their time together was short, I know she felt a kinship with the young child. I guess I was just so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment. Oh, okay, sure. My word, Arntel, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcome. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Yida, well, all things in time, I suppose. So, Alphino, we all know he's got his mind made up. The Crystal Braves are no more. It's all over. Bam. You haven't got to go home, but you can't stay here. But Riol, he's not having it. Won't even let old Alfie finish. And there I was, worried about how to brief Papolimo on the many momentous events which we have borne witness to in recent memory. Little did I know I need only leave worry to it. So God help me if you have the same goddamn dialogue. There we go. It is not as though I do not enjoy the company of so many motivated youths. However, without Ilsude around, I cannot help but feel somewhat isolated. He got carried away with his training, lest you wonder, and injured his back. Eliane has been looking after him since. Oh, well, that explains where he went. We'll start with Clemens. Oh, as if you wouldn't try and get rid of me at the first opportunity. Don't you drag me into this mess. But I have a precocious sibling too, and I'm sure she'd be happy to join us. Haha, believe me, I know all too well the burden that is a precocious sibling. You should trade tales over a drink sometime, or perhaps even with the four of us. Moncas. It has been overwhelming, quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road, often by myself. Yet I will try to approach this as a learning experience, as I did my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is in exploration of all things. I wonder, it would be cool if one of the upcoming classes was what Alize technically is right now, where it's all based around like having a ethereal blade. I feel like it would have to be pretty dramatically changed due to the fact that it couldn't be a book because that's Scholar and Arcanist's thing. I'm deeply curious what the new class is going to be. Ah, Arntel, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Let us see what this is about. Where even is... Okay, it's just right outside. Good stuff. Let's go. I am impatient enough. Let's go. Visor is still down. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Right, everyone, we're ready to go to work. No skirming now. Oh, you might want to close your eyes. Hee. Worry of Light's being mugged. Minus 1,000 gil in the bottom corner. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. I'm gonna Fantasia just a spider. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Arntel, all in good time. Aha, found you. Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
Quick, someone mentioned the Braves.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
I'll do it, why not?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
I can't start doing that until Storm's Blood.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Come on, Cass. Weapons out. I can't fight effectively because it's a ceiling, but I'll do my best. Oh, fuck.
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Lim-Salaminsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours.
Where am I going?
Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive.
Where am I
You
going?
will be our voice in Ishgard.
Oh,
Explain
good
the
point.
situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
Hell yeah.
To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed.
I wonder what quiescent means.
I believe that
I'm
covers everything.
Not of the
Let
mind
us
to
be
look it
about
up
our
right
tasks.
now, but I think I have. I think I have before. I have a vague understanding of what it means.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Might even
The
say
business of war
a
was
storm
ever
of
conducted
blood.
with the coin of self-sacrifice. Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
I didn't like that sound. Alright, wasn't what I thought it was. We good. We good. A little more time. After conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Taru will take good care of her. Taru and Kryl took that resistance fighter to more private chambers, as she might recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Kryl in caring for her patient. Orker, in particular, seems rather eager to learn from the experience. Even when casting the same inclination, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated to our two young mages here. But Mrs. Kryl and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers, and 'twas an honor to witness their ministrations firsthand. Damn it all. If only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me. We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized the Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah, yes. Mayhap the Elder is the finer man after all. I wonder what Illustrate would have said about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him in bed, and I miss savoring a cup of tea alongside his usual observations. I think that's everyone. Once more onto Ishgard. First time going there this stream, I think. Maybe. Possibly not. I don't think we've gone to Foundation this stream. Sure would be embarrassing if I'm a fucking idiot and can't recall things from only 3 hours ago. Lucia, war is about to break out. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I guess, you know, the coming apocalypse. I see. Wait here. I will summon Lord Emmerich. Or Sir Emmerich. Fuck. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend to the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, nor not mine alone at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Visor still closed. I thank you. Our representative, whoever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handaloop that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Ardell, pray accompany Lucia through the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Very speed you on your way. I will not forget. 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 There we go. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. I genuinely forget who is in the envoy. I don't think it's Sir Emmerich, but I may be wrong. You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council. As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Emmerich is nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, after all. It's not going to be like a Menelane, right? It might be Lord Otwile. I could believe that. It's Sir Emmerich, okay? We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not I concede that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone. Not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further. By making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead, given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Let's go. Almost there. I'm glad that Sir Emmerich's counterpart saw the wisdom in his coming. Few, if any, in Ishgard can claim to possess his expertise in both politics and warfare. The garrison's commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Arentel? You may see a familiar face. I can't wait to see Lord Othwile. He really deserves. Oh no. Oh no. Arentel, old boy, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoroi. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Chaos. War. Likely annihilation. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. Okay. I don't think I got that the first time. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Farcel of the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. Extremely. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Good. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honorroy's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through, so worry not, old boy, off to Gridania with you. Okay. Oh, let's go straight to New Gridania then. Oh, okay, nice and simple. I bid welcome to our visitors from Ishgard. It seems so peaceful. One would scarce believe the Belsar's Wall and wretched El Amigo lie but a few short malms away. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. So, I think this is a pretty good spot for me to take a brief break. Just another 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be back very briefly. Just gonna pace around, maybe like snack on something, grab some more water, basic stuff. But yeah, back pretty soon. Hello again! So, I did realize that I once again forgot to show that video. So I'm actually going to bring it up right now. God damn it. Okay, I want to bring up that video, and I have to fix something. I don't know, I will save it for after stream. It's small enough that I'm reasonably certain that no one would notice, but I see it, and it annoys me. Where is it? There it is. It should be in here. God, is it in this playlist or is it in the other playlist? Nope, that's the Kuga meme. I don't think it's in here. Shit. Okay, so is it in videos I don't want to lose then? There's no... There it is. There it is. Stop playing. Okay. Now for the fun. I need to bring this over here. I'm gonna... Uh-oh. This button. And then... I'm gonna add a new capture on this screen. Cool. I think that worked. Okay, then I want to... Oh, can I not crop this? I don't think I know how to crop this. Can I, like... No, that just makes it smaller. Join me as I tinker with OBS for a hot second. No. I don't think it would be a filter. Yeah, no. Okay, I can tolerate this. I'll look more into it later. Here's the funny meme that I was talking about earlier.
Carbuncles, defend me!
Okay, stop. I'm sated now. Okay. I can actually. I'm just gonna sort of delete that element. So if I ever do anything like that again, I'm gonna want to set it up better. Oh, I just completely. God damn it. To the surprise of literally no one, I'm bad at streaming. I'm bad at most things, but streaming is definitely up there. Please restore this window. Stop. There we go, everything's fixed. Life is good. There we go, hey! Everything's good again. Ignore the 15 frames per second, that is intentional. Oh my god, it's like putting on eye drops. Anyway, I'm going to the load. No, I'm not. I walked right past the quest objective, like the dingus that I am. It seems we have an escort. We have an escort to the Lotus Stand, a pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? That it is. Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? I never stopped my timer. Oops. Stop. Because know that the escapade only took me like 3 minutes, so that was good. I thought that was worse. The envoy from Ishtar has arrived. Very good. This way, if you and the Lominsan party as well. Hello. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sramrak. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Arantel, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day of reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Arantel, I was glad to hear from Riol that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Very good. We may actually reach the end of Heaven's... Actually, I won't say that because I don't know if that series of events is pre or post the literal end. It's it's a pretty big maybe. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good, you have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alphino, a pleasure as always. Mr. Salazar, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Arental for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wished to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation. Force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seatseer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. In full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong will they simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Yida fares and fears in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Belsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones and on. Nice. Click on the New Yuri era. Even now I am astonished by how closely Mistress Alisaie resembles Master Alphino. Their very mannerisms are alike. From a distance, I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other, until they open their mouths, of course. Welcome back, Arental. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Oh wait, I gotta do this. Minor tweaks that none will notice but I. And my CPU, I guess, but hey. Ah, you are returned from the council, but what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. You cannot see... one does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon his reckless course. Or cause. It could be either work. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There's a network of tunnels beneath Belsar's wall, secret passages dogged by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Laviers? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might it prevail upon you to accompany me, Arundel? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask you remain with the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. I may perhaps have exaggerated by standing with the Resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between Yugiri and my humble self, Yida and Papalimo will be well protected. My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Yeah, but like the difference is like in choosing when and being actually fucking ready for it. I suspect Ataru would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I can see she has her hands full nursing that resistance fighter back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come. Ataru and Kryl took their... yep, cool, neat, sick, amazing. Nothing is different. I'm pretty sure that they're going to be saying the same stuff too. You're going to be talking about, like, healing magic. Yep. Cool, we're moving on. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Belsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Neat. Ah, Arantel. There you are. Come. That name, Spire waits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting you. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you. I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Nita. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papillion. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Out of all the watchtowers manned by the Wood Whalers at God's Coomer, Spire here is the newest. Cast your eyes to the south. You see that fortress? That's why we're here, to keep an eye on the comings and goings of the Empire's curs. Out of curiosity, is there anyone up here? I mean, there is someone. With Castrum Oriens to the south and the Sylphlands to the north, we must remain vigilant of any signs of aggression. Every sentry that patrols the East Shroud knows well that we are surrounded by enemies at all times. Well, that's nothing prudent. I'll be honest, I was expecting more. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see? And the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the blunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All's been quiet. You fool! You just had to open your goddamn mouth. Look at what you've done. Report what? Seven hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He would then incite rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Arantel, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? I'll call in some favors. Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to that fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, when I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety. Ha, I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare the Imperial. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades, the time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. All right. About to get to it on your boys. Sir, as Marshal Terrapin's orders, we will provide a feint to cover your advance. May the crystal light your way forward. All for now. From what Papalimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnel and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. But the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Canonically, not soloed. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. And if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and steer us all the way to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Let's go. Well, once more under the breach. Clear, join, let's go. Good shit. I fucking forgot the key. Bitch. Pick up the fucking key. There you go. Come along, friends. Get in a straight line. You can do it. There There you go. A little closer. Beautiful. Don't forget the key. Pick up the key. Okay, first boss. Let's see how quickly we can burn him. This part is always annoying. Even sync. Even sync. That was clean. I didn't think that'd work. I was certain I would miss one. You would have just enough health to survive and do the boom strike. Boom strike. Ooh, box. Holy shit. It needed the full rotation. Floor shot. Kind of impressed, not gonna lie. How did you avoid all damage? Tanky motherfucker. Should be the end, right? Or is there one more? There's one more. Okay, fair enough. Let's send him straight to the abyss. You know, I could send him to the abyss faster if I could actually get the keys right. Such a shame that I'm bad at the game. Surge full thrust. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is utterly destroyed. Wait a minute. I don't understand. My bitrate's fine. Maybe it's just my device. I can believe that. Open the fucking stream. Thank you, Mr. Phone. You good? Okay. My chat device froze up. I was worried that my stream had been murdered for a second there. Yeah, of course there is. Enemy. Ooh, box. Already here anyway, may as well get company seals out of it. Hello, come with me. Go for a ride. You all can join the ride. Why you skipped a box? I don't care enough to go back for it. Ooh, another box. I just realized. Damn, that's a shame. I can't remember if there's anything important in that cutscene either. Shit. I don't think there's anything important in that cutscene. Our old friend, Ilberd.
Yeah. How'd you like these?
Okay, now I'm just not gonna hit him because I need at least one slot.
Sloppy.
There it is. Okay, you got it. I want that sword. That's a cool sword. Not in real life. It's literally an ore, but you know, historical accuracy in game swords is unfortunately rare. Or even historical feasibility. I can live without accuracy, but feasibility sometimes annoys me. Like, holy fuck, look at that thing. Look at how wide that is. Like, oh my god, I think the thing must weigh a proverbial ton.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines! How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true, A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
He's making the mother of all omelets here, Alphino. Can't fret over every egg. Okay, I'm satisfied. Okay, I'll be quiet. It's fine. It's fine.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tipsamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her. Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
And there perished Papalymo. What a good cutscene. What a good cutscene. How many more must we lose? I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. It has been explained to me what that light represents, and I have ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind, enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Papalymo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. Why? Why didn't he let me stay? Papalymo was my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore that same look right before the end. Don't you think I know that? I know, all right, I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Arentel was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Yida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. I think that on that very somber note, and some 4 hours in, is a very good spot to call things. I shall be back another time, not tonight, at my usual time. That was my initial plan, stream for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then, stream again at like 1:30. Not happening. I've been live for 4 hours. My voice is starting to go. I need at least 12 hours away. But if you watched, I hope you enjoyed, to some degree, my ramblings and going through the story. I want to thank everyone who chatted for chatting, and everyone who stopped by for stopping by. Lurking or otherwise, you were all very much appreciated. And until I go live again, have a good one, all.